to the Tahoe Truck Unified School District's board meeting at on May 21st. There is no public at this point, so the board will adjourn to closed session and return here for open session at 5:30. Thank you.
And you're live.
Good evening. Welcome to the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District Board meeting of May 21st. The board did meet in closed session, and our reportable action is as follows. The board unanimously agreed to ratify a separation agreement with a classified employee. At this point, we would like the 4 people in the front row that are shorter than Miss Brittany to stand and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, all right. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Nice work. So when they ask if you have had student input, you have to say yes. At this point, I have a question to Superintendent Kramer. Are there any changes to the agenda as presented?
No changes, President Driller.
Would there be a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
I'll move to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Public comment. I didn't get any sheets. This is our public comment moment. Public may come to the dais and speak on anything that's not on the agenda. They have 3 minutes, and we'll start with Beth Curtis. Please state your name.
Make sure her microphone's on.
Okay, there we go. So thanks for my introduction, Dee Dee. So it looks like this is going to be a happy meeting. I'm sorry to briefly drag us back into a controversial topic. But I am concerned, and I just want to raise it. I sent an email to your attorney, as you all know. In addition to being a 26-year resident of Truckee, I also represent teachers throughout the state, and so I'm familiar with your attorney. And I sent her an email to let her know that I was very disheartened by the board's decision at the last meeting to stay in the NIAA for another year, despite the fact that the NIAA policy clearly conflicts with Education Code Section 221.5F, which says students have the right to compete in sports that match their gender identity. And so I let her know I recognize the board members were between a rock and a hard place, that everyone's intentions were very good, that all the difficulties of the switch were very real. But with no CDE waiver in place, the board is basically declaring to the public that the district is now violating the law. And there's no legal cover out there. You can't say you didn't know the law. You can't say you weren't aware of it without a waiver. Anyone sues, you're sitting ducks. And I don't want to see that. I don't want to see sports cut off by an attorney general investigation. If there's no CDE waiver, I don't know why the CDE wouldn't investigate any citizen complaint and find a violation of the law, and the CDE is very aware of this situation. So what I asked your attorney and what I told her was that I would be coming to this meeting to ask the district to consider filing a complaint against the NIAA for both the declaratory and injunctive relief to have the new policy declared illegal and in violation of Nevada's own state constitution, which says that students have the right to compete in sports consistent with their gender identity. So, Pat talked about how the NIAA placed the district in this situation, and that's true. Nothing changed except a policy that they changed. But my concern is that unless you do something, someone could bring a suit at any time. There's an article in the newspaper a couple days ago in the USA Today that the ACLU is looking to sue people over application of the Nevada policy. So especially as the member of a LGBTQIA family, as someone my daughter started Truckee High's first Pride Club, I have a non-binary sibling, this matters to me. I want to be proud of this town. I want to say that we're doing the right thing, and I want to see you do the right thing. And I understand that you are trying to do the right thing in a difficult situation for all the families, all the athletes, but I would like you to send a message to whatever transgender athletes may be out there, they're probably in hiding now, that you care about the right to play sports, not in the future, but next year as well. And I also want you to have some protection should someone try and go after the district. So, thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Is there any other public comment? So I will close public comment at this point, and we will move to, okay, true story right now. Before I hand this off to Superintendent Kramer, I'm not talking because I will cry at this next session. So I am opting out of any conversation moving forward. Superintendent Kramer.
Well, tonight is a very special night because we are honoring our retirees. And we have 14 retirees total. Not everyone could make it tonight, but they represent over 310 years of service to our school district. So what we're going to do is I will move up to the podium and I will call up their principal or their manager, and you will come, retiree, and stand next to them, and they will say a few words about you and your career. The board will also move in front of our seats here. You will receive a plaque from PCOE honoring your years of service to our community. You will move your way through the board, shaking hands or elbow, fists, whatever is you're comfortable with, and then you'll receive a flower and an additional recognition from TTUSD. And then you can either, I think it might be best if you just kind of line up on the side, because at the end, we'll have all 14 of you come up for a group photo and a very special song from our Glenshire Elementary Eagle Chorus. So singers, it's going to be a few minutes. You'll see everyone come through the line, and then it will be your turn once they all come back up to the front. Two songs. Oh, that's even better. Awesome. Okay, board, any questions? Are we ready? Okay. So our first retiree this evening is Andy Beatty, and we're asking...
Hi, I'm Rachel Cuddle. I am the principal of Glenshire Elementary School, and I shortened my speeches. They get the long ones, but I went shorter this year. I have my tissue because not only looking at Andy, but at all of these teachers with whom I've worked, I see your names and oh my gosh, I'm going to be in this. So Andy Beatty, it is a true joy to celebrate the retirement of the one and only you, beloved teacher, passionate environmentalist, and heart of Glenshire. Before the classroom, Andy was learning from the land with the Forest Service, and that love for nature became the soul of her teaching. Since 2004, she's inspired students in 4th and 5th grade, GATE, science, math, intervention, and always leading with creativity, purpose, and her unforgettable laugh. She brought learning to life through field trips, garden lessons, and hands-on adventures that sparked wonder. Andy gives fully with her time, her heart, and her endless belief in every child's potential. She's also been a cherished mentor and friend, building community with open arms and a generous spirit. She welcomed me when I came into that Glenshire family, and I felt like this is where I belong. You've shaped not just classrooms, Andy, but lives. And your legacy will bloom here forever and ever. Congratulations. I love you. And we'll miss you dearly.
Our next retiree is Maggie Bacchius, and being presented by Principal Hien Larson.
So Maggie
whispered to me and said, "That's hard to follow, Rachel." Here I go. I have the honor of celebrating a truly extraordinary educator, someone whose dedication has touched countless hearts and shaped countless futures. She's done it all, truly, for kids. Maggie's journey with TTUSD began with food services, where her warm meals and even warmer smiles set caring tone for every child. From there, she brought her magic to Glenshire, then to Alder Creek, always carrying with her an incredible commitment to nurturing care, genuine connection, and a vibrant sense of community. What set Maggie apart isn't merely the time she invested, but the beautiful way she invested it. She has an unparalleled gift for transforming learning into an adventure of discovery, making it engaging and joyful. For so many students struggling with reading, she was a true lifeline, the one who believed in them, sat right there and whispered, "You've got this." She is a constant beacon for our most vulnerable students, consistently lifting them up, illuminating their path, and inspiring them to reach for their potential. Maggie, thank you for pouring your entire heart into generations of children. Your incredible legacy shines brightly in every student who found their voice, learned to read, and felt profoundly seen and supported because of you. You've shown all of us the incredible power of leading with heart. I was going to, but I didn't want to.
Our next retiree is Ingrid Burke, being presented by Principal Stephanie Focek.
It is my honor to congratulate Ingrid Burke on her many dedicated years of teaching at Tahoe Lake and wish her well on new adventures in a well-deserved retirement. For most of her career, Mrs. Burke led our third grade classrooms, but in the last 2 years, she has tirelessly supported our students through reading intervention. She has been at Tahoe Lake since 1992, her entire career in Tahoe, and is loved for so many reasons. Two defining qualities being her unwavering commitment to high standards and a profound love of tradition. We have her to thank for carrying on many of the traditions at Tahoe Lake that make it such a wonderful place for students to learn and grow, including bringing back the Tahoe Lake Post Office this year, which was no easy task. A commitment to cursive, which is very important, and back in the standards, and amazing field trips that really help our students appreciate the joy of learning and living in Tahoe. Ingrid didn't just teach academics, she taught character, resilience, and the joy of discovery. The impact of her dedication will resonate for years to come in the lives of the hundreds of students who have passed through her classroom. 2 of them were my own, and they wanted to say thank you themselves tonight as well. Thank you, Ingrid, for all you have given to all your students, your colleagues, and our community over the years. Enjoy your well-deserved retirement.
Sure.
Congrats, you.
Our next retiree is Mindy Brenner, and our Assistant Superintendent, Sean Roderick, will be presenting.
Thank you. I have the honor to recognize and express our sincere appreciation and gratitude for Mindy Brenner, a truly wonderful member of our Educational Service Department. Mindy brought so much to our team: endless laughter, genuine friendship, and incredible organizational skills that kept us all on track. Many of us started as colleagues with Mindy and quickly became cherished friends. She is a testament to the idea that some people are not just employees, they are treasured friends and invaluable to those they care about. We deeply miss her daily laughter, quick wit, and friendly smile. Mindy, we want you to know, no matter where life takes you, you're in our hearts, and we miss you.
Our next retiree is Jody Burrell, being presented by our principal, John Newberger.
Jody has been a teacher for 34 years. 13 of those have been at Truckee High School, teaching math, science, and honors principles of engineering. I have to say, honors principles of engineering is the most fun class to observe. Students are collaborating. Every time I go in there, they're creating robots that do unique tasks, yet somehow work together. And it's always collaborative. It's amazing. It's very cool and engaging, and it's impossible to disconnect. So much so that the end of the class comes very quickly with a surprise, oh my gosh, we have to clean up. Jody really thrives on the energy that students bring to the classroom. Students' conversations, interest in the topics, and willingness to have open dialogue is incredibly motivating to her. But the real magic is in her passion, energy, and excitement for the curriculum. Jody makes learning fun, and her passion is contagious. In retirement, Jody will be taking violin lessons and wants to get into the Reno Pops Orchestra. Jody will continue to sing in the Truckee Community Choir as well. She wants us to remember that school is really about the kids, not us. She learns from the students every day and sees that they are filled with optimism and hope. Believe in the students and remember everything you teach to them is new, so find joy in that newness. Learning is so fun, and there's no end to what we can teach them. She will miss the students and their smiles in the mornings, and she will miss their excitement about learning. THS is a better place for all of your efforts and magical time in the classroom. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think it's me again? Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah. Next, I have the privilege of talking about Tamara Chisholm. So passionate, kind, and encouraging are some of the words that students and staff use to describe Tamara. Over the course of Tamara's 32-year career, 13 of those were at Truckee High School. She has served as a Spanish and yearbook teacher. This combination of classes allowed her to blend her passion for foreign language and photography/design. Other roles included department lead, AP test reader, light, and site council representative. Tamara is most fond of reconnecting with students after their college and international experiences. She hopes to continue to do so while staying in touch with her coworkers and friends at THS. Tamara plans to hike the Camino de Santiago pilgrimage in France and Spain, and then move to Portugal to continue to learn Portuguese and learn how to be a vintner. So now we're all really jealous. Not surprisingly, Tamara will miss my humor. She will also miss being called Señora C, as Chisholm is way too difficult to say in Spanish. She will also miss her check-ins with colleagues, sharing recipes with them, and her knitting club. The diversity of that club in particular, the student makeup, has provided a beautiful canvas to connect with the community and an incredible way to support the Cancer Center at Tahoe Forest Hospital. Tamara is very proud of her yearbook family and students. She feels privileged to have worked for a wonderful organization such as TTUSD. Her advice to us is to be gentle with ourselves, as self-destiny is fragile, and of course, to not take ourselves too seriously. THS is a better institution for all of your hard work and dedication. We wish you the best in retirement, and please know we will miss you dearly.
Charlene is retiring and was not able to be here tonight, but a round of applause for her years of service. All these familiar faces. Scott Everest is retiring, and he was not able to be here tonight, but Principal Joanna Mitchell has a few comments that she wanted me to share. So Scott Everest was literally born a Laker. He started his career at North Tahoe High School in 1984 as a freshman, playing football and baseball all 4 years and graduating in a timely fashion in 1988. After attaining his teaching credential from Chico State, he returned to North Tahoe High School as a substitute teacher in 1996. After 30 years teaching and coaching football, alpine skiing, and a short stint in softball, his retirement marks the end of an era. He's consistently one of the most loved teachers and coaches on campus and is currently running for the best of North Lake Tahoe and Truckee. So go vote. We are so grateful for all that he has given and the legacy that Scott Everest leaves at North Tahoe High School. So, Scott. Desiree Jones, school bus driver, is retiring and was not able to be here tonight, so round of applause. Next up is Rob Coster, and speaking tonight for him is our Assistant Superintendent Chief Business Officer, Todd Rivera. And Rob, if you would come up, please.
Didn't I do this already? Yeah. Do it again. So Rob's last day with us was April 2nd. He retired officially April 3rd, and then promptly bailed town for a month so that I couldn't call him. So want to congratulate Rob on his retirement. If anyone knows Rob, then they know he's earned it. Rob's commitment, work ethic, and integrity are unmatched. I've known Rob for nearly 20 years. I started in the facilities department when he was the project manager on the Measure C projects. And it's interesting, but our jobs were supposed to actually end after the bond program ended. And here we are 26 years later, really a testament to how valuable he was to the district. And Rob's one of the best people I know. So, sorry. Rob's first 23 years with the district were as a project manager working on some of the largest and most memorable projects in the district. So if you walk through any of the following buildings, know that Rob was a leader and made these happen. So here's a short list. Alder Creek Middle School, Truckee High School Modernization number 1, which was in the mid-2000s, Truckee High School Cafeteria, Truckee High School Gym, the Truckee High School Theater renovation, Truckee High School all-weather track. You did that, right? All right. The Truckee Elementary School modernization just recently, the Truckee High School West Wing, and then the second Truckee High School modernization and expansion. and then also North Tahoe improvements, and then numerous other projects throughout the district. So now you can clap. So these are all significant accomplishments and exemplify Rob's care and dedication in providing the best facilities for TTUSD students. The last 3 years with TTUSD, Rob assumed the role of Director of Facilities. And I couldn't have asked for a better director. Rob brought the facilities department to a whole new level with his regular communications, integrity, trustworthiness, and positive attitude. Rarely would there be a facilities request from a site or a department where the response would be, we can't do that. I would say that, but Rob would never say that. He would vet through even the smallest request to find solutions and make it happen, if possible. In his 3 years as director, Rob built strong project maintenance and custodial teams and demanded high standards for the facilities maintenance and operations department. As he moved closer to retirement date, Rob's biggest concern was finding a replacement that would be the best fit for the future of TTUSD and would continue the great progress the district had achieved. Even in Rob's last days at TTUSD, he ensured that staff was prepared, loose ends were tied, and there would be an easy transition for the new incoming director. Rob, you've achieved so much in your career, and I can honestly say that you left the facilities department and the district in a much better place. It's rare to have an employee that you can always trust and rely on, and you know they'll always do the right thing and do the right thing right. Thank you for your years of hard work, commitment to the district. Thank you for your candor, friendship, and mentorship. Congratulations.
Our next retiree is Deb McKechnie, and Principal Rachel Cuttle will be presenting.
I do not like goodbyes. It is such an honor for me to celebrate someone who to me is so incredibly special, our beloved attendance secretary and everything person, Deb, who's retiring after nearly 25 years of heartfelt service to Glenshire and TTUSD. We go way back 20 years ago to the magical summer school where her positivity and joy and kindness helped shape the teacher that I would become. Years later, walking into Glenshire, terrified of my interview and seeing Deb's face welcoming, I knew I was home. Since 2000, Deb has been the heart of our front office. She handles attendance with precision, comforts every sick kid with a mother's care, including me. I call her Mama Deb. And somehow remembers every child and parent and teacher and community member by name. Whether it's answering the phones or offering a reassuring hug, holding my hand, Deb makes everyone feel seen, known, and loved. Her famous words, "We've got this," have carried us through tough mornings, power outages, and everything in between. Her decorated displays, contagious laughter, and unwavering calm and positivity will be mostly missed. Thank you for every moment, every kind word, and every ounce of care you've given. You've been our rock, our cheerleader, our glue. And I wish you so much joy as Gigi in your adventures ahead. And just like you always said, I know we've got this, but I will miss you every single dingle day. I love you. I love you. have one more retiree. I have Jane Miller. She's not here tonight. So I'm going to speak to her. Oh, Janie, I hope you're watching me right now. Janie, as you step into this well-earned retirement. From her bright smile to her endless creativity, and yes, even her hidden talent as an ice figure skater, Jane brings magic to everything she does. Since 2007, and especially during her last 5 years here at Glenshire, she has taught, I think, every grade in the district, and has poured her heart into literacy, play, and joyful learning. From that gingerbread man who runs out of our oven and travels the world to hands-on science and community guests, she turns everyday lessons into wonder-filled experiences for our TKers. Her classroom bursts with color, care, and creativity. She inspires not just students, but fellow teachers, and is always ready to turn a simple idea into something extraordinary. Jane, wherever you are right now today, thank you for your humor, your heart, and your glitter-filled brilliance. We will miss you. Congratulations on your retirement.
Karen couldn't be here tonight, but our Chief Business Officer, Todd Rivera, is going to say a few words.
Thank you. Karen started with the district in April 2006. When she retired in August of 2024, she'd been with the district for over 18 years. During her time at the district, Karen held the position of financial accountant and also budget technician. She diligently completed tasks set in front of her and took pride in doing her job well. As one of her many responsibilities, Karen was in charge of collecting medical insurance payments from district retirees. Karen treated these retirees as if they were her own family members. She would become concerned if she did not hear from the retiree or could not get in touch with them. Our retirees reciprocated this sentiment and often only wanted to deal with Karen. The rest of us didn't make the cut. Karen also handled the Measure AA senior exemption forms and was often heard patiently explaining the process to seniors on the phone and in person. Karen was a cheery presence in the office, and you could hear her laugh from a mile away. She cared deeply about district employees, retirees, and community members. Thank you for your 18 years of service, Karen. Enjoy all the adventures your retirement brings.
Next is Michelle Reed and Principal Amy King.
This is Michelle's favorite right now, being on stage. Michelle Reed is an exceptional human and educator, and Donner Trail has been lucky to have her expertise, ingenuity, and love for the last 30 years. I know Michelle is proud of the legacy she leaves with us at school, among others, Yuba River Days, Winter Survival, Guinea Pigs, and the Bears Lair. And I know we will keep that work going strong through our future River Days, Tracker Days, additional class pets. Does anybody want a guinea pig? And our K1 program. But the real legacy that Michelle leaves behind is not tangible or quantifiable. It's the connection to Donner Trail that our community feels through her. It's our staff asking her first when we are grappling with big decisions about programs and direction. It's hearing a burst of her laughter in the hallway or when she calls out coconut when we do something silly. It's her hugs and kind notes when she inevitably notices somebody needs them. And it's feeling like a part of the school is missing when she's not there. I have been only able to spend 2 years working with Michelle, but her amazing influence and impact will continue to guide me in staying true to Donner Trail culture and values. And she did promise that she's going to come back up and visit, so I have to hold to that. I know I can speak for the staff when I say that Donner Trail will not be the same without you, Michelle. But we are so thrilled for you to be able to spend time with your family, especially your granddaughter, and to enjoy the beautiful life you and Chip have built. You deserve this retirement after a long and meaningful career, making a difference in the lives of hundreds of people. We love you.
Our last retiree being recognized tonight is Jennifer Smith, who was not able to make it, but Principal John Newberger is going to speak on her behalf.
When you start with kindness, compassion, and thoughtfulness, you can't go wrong. Jennifer Smith is a true educational professional in every way. She's been working with people with learning differences since she was in high school. Her Truckee High career goes back 22 years. She stated that she really enjoys working with students in all aspects and all subjects at Truckee High, especially when she figures out how to get a light bulb to go on for them. And she hears, oh, I get it now. She said that never gets old. She's incredibly proud of seeing her students graduate, go on to college, and work. She will miss all of the students and fabulous teachers and staff at Truckee High School. We are so appreciative of her efforts, hard work, and nonstop dedication to our students. Thank you.
Okay, if we could have our honorees come on up front and kind of bunch together a little bit, and then Mrs. Rose, we will turn it over to you.
Double time.
We will convene our board meeting. Bye, Michelle. I'm going to convene the board meeting. Blake Bacchius. Blake. The board will resume order. I'm moving to the superintendent's report. Superintendent Kramer.
Thank you, President Driller. I want to begin with some thank yous for my update. At the last regular board meeting 2 weeks ago, we acknowledged the appreciation resolutions for our staff for that week. So I want to extend a huge thank you to our generous PTOs. They had wonderful events at our school sites all that week. So thank you to our PTOs for recognizing our staff and helping them celebrate. It was a very special week, and your kindness and generosity are deeply appreciated. The second thank you is to our students and families. We extend our gratitude to our dedicated students and their supportive families for their diligent efforts and perseverance on the CASP test. That's the state assessment. Many of them are still in the midst of it or just beginning. Their commitment to these important evaluations is highly valued, as the results provide crucial insights into student learning and help inform the district and our ongoing efforts to enhance educational programs. The partnership with our families is essential to student success, and we thank them for their continued support throughout the testing period and their entire academic year. So thank you, families and students. And of course, I have to have a little bit of a district strategic plan update. So first is a reminder to our 5th and 6th grade families that the Hanover Middle School Transition Survey is now open. We're looking to forward to hearing their perceptions of and experiences with entering middle school. The responses will help us understand their needs so we can best serve that time period of going from elementary school to middle school. And this is part of our district strategic plan action item for community connections. And then our next strategic plan update is actually going to be presented by Kim Bradley. She's going to provide tonight a district update about our district wellness programs, which is a part of our support systems area of strategic focus. So thank you, Kim, for helping tonight, and that concludes my update.
Thank you for that, which then leads me to Superintendent Kramer 10.0. It says presentation.
Yes, and for the introduction, our Assistant Superintendent, Shad Roderick. And Kim, you can come on up. That's great.
Thank you, Superintendent Kramer, President Driller, Board of Trustees, and community. During the May 7th, 2025 board meeting, the school board passed a resolution recognizing May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month to enhance public awareness of mental health and the stigma surrounding it. By recognizing May as Mental Health Awareness Month, we believe we can help unite our school district and community members to share a vision of improved mental health. Tonight, on behalf of the Student Service team, I'm pleased to introduce Kim Bradley, who will present on TTUSD's robust wellness programs that provide mental health support to our students. Kim Bradley leads teams including mental health specialists and wellness center specialists who provide education, individual and group student service, and wellness center activity support within TTUSD schools. Tonight, Kim will provide an overview of the expanded services, activities, and support being offered throughout TTUSD schools. It is my privilege to introduce Ms. Kim Bradley.
Thank you. That is a lot to follow. That was a lot of emotion. But I think it really drills home why we do the work we do. It really is about our teachers, our staff, and the kids. And we really want relationships to be at the heart of everything that we're doing. So I'm excited to be here today, especially with May being our National Mental Health Awareness Month. I appreciate being able to have the time to share what we've been up to. We've had a lot of growth over the last few years. And I think the last time I presented to you was in the fall of 2023. And I'm excited to share what we've been up to. So tonight, I'm just going to go over the overview, how we've grown in some of our data, just some key points, what funding is supporting our initiative, and a few things that we're looking ahead and looking forward to. So as Superintendent Kramer pointed out, this aligns with the strategic plan number 2, our support systems. And we are now in our second year of implementing that. Initially, we were starting by introducing wellness centers in our elementary schools, and now we're really expanding our mental health supports, our social emotional learning, and we're really just deepening the work district-wide. So really, the wellness program is a coordinated system of care. We do not do it alone. We work closely with our school site admin, our school counselors, our school psychologists, our attendance secretaries, our community liaisons to really wrap supports around all of our students. Each school site has a coordinated care team, and they meet weekly to identify students that might need extra support. It could come from a teacher referral, it could come from a counselor referral, it could come from a student referral saying, hey, I just need a little bit more, or I might be having a hard time in class, I may be having a hard time socially, there might be more going on at home that I'd like to get connected to resources. So we have 3 buckets that we're really looking at. We're looking at our wellness centers, we're looking at our mental health and substance use, and then our social emotional learning. So when we talk about wellness centers, we have K through 12 wellness centers in 8 of our schools. So we have 4 elementary wellness centers, we have 2 middle school wellness centers, and we have 2 high school wellness centers. We also offer supports at our other schools at Donner Trail, Sierra High, Truckee River program. So what it looks like is there's spaces where students can come, and we do what we call check-ins. Sometimes it's a formalized check-in and check-out where we bookend their day and we make a plan for how they're going to succeed at school. Sometimes it's just an emotional check-in. How are you doing? What do you need to be successful? What else might be going on? What other resources can we connect you to? Some of these resources are school resources. Some of them are community resources. We're really fortunate to live in a community and be part of the community collaborative of Tahoe Truckee, so we are tapped into hospital, county, nonprofit resources as well. So we really try and look at it as a whole hub of support for our students. A big piece of what we're doing in the Wellness Center is teaching regulation skills, teaching our social emotional learning skills so students know how to calm their bodies, to reset, to process emotions that come up, to be able to use their words when they're having conflict, to identify when they need support, and then to be able to get themselves ready and focused so they can go back to school and learn. We know that it's really hard to learn when you're not regulated, and that applies to teachers and adults and all of us, right? When we have other things going on in our life, it's really hard to take in new information and stay focused in class and in learning. And we also are doing a lot around peer mentoring. So we know one of the best ways to connect with students is by peer-to-peer supports. It actually is how we started the wellness centers, by knowing that we can't expect our students to seek us out in the community. We have to come to them in the schools, build relationships, talk to them about what's important to them and how we can make relationships and connect with them. And so we have a number of peer mentoring programs. We do Link Crew in the high schools. We do Web in the middle schools, which is our 8th graders supporting our 6th graders. At the high schools, it's our juniors and seniors supporting our 9th graders. And we're actually expanding our elementary peer mentoring as well, called Peacemakers. And it's elementary school students that are helping problem solve on the playground. When things come up, learning how to use your words to problem solve, work things out. As we've expanded, we first started with high school wellness centers, and several years in, we're like, gosh, we need to start earlier. There's quite a bit going on. And then we went to middle school, and it's been really eye-opening having this in the elementary schools. This is our 2nd year now of really teaching that foundation and normalizing that it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to reach out. It's okay to talk about when, we have big feelings and what to do with them, and to know what to do when you may not agree with someone or you're having a hard time staying focused in class. And so we're using our peer mentors to help with that as well. We have many support groups. It looks different at each school, but there's some skill building. We do some mindfulness groups. We have grief groups. We do groups around social skill building and how to have healthy relationships. We also have clubs. So we have Pride clubs. We have a Latinas club. We also have a Hope Squad, which is a peer mentor program for our middle and high school students, where they're nominated by their peers as leaders to be able to be kind of the eyes and ears at their school to say, hey, I notice maybe my friend's struggling, and how can I get them support? We've been doing educational workshops, and then we're constantly doing resource referrals and making sure that students are plugged in to all the resources we have in our school and in our community. We have been doing a large focus on mental health and substance use over the last few years. We've been really fortunate to receive some funding to support our mental health, and we have mental health specialists at all of our schools. It varies how many days they're at each school site, but they're there to provide more Tier 3 supports, which is more deep-end services for students that might need therapeutic supports. They run groups, they connect with the family, they do some social worker services to say, hey, we're noticing you're having a hard time coming to school. What else is going on? How can we support you so that maybe we can support the family before they end up having larger attendance issues? We are also doing a lot around our drug and alcohol and vape education. Our middle schools have been doing a curriculum called Safety First through the Stanford curriculum. We've been doing groups in the high schools through Smart Recovery and mindfulness-based substance abuse treatment. And then we actually partnered with Kirsten Levak and our board to do Anxious Nation screenings this spring, which was great. We were able to show them at our 2 high schools, and it was a really great conversation about just the growing concern and just seeing anxiety in our youth and what we can do as schools, as parents, as community members to be able to support our young people. One thing that I'm proud of is this is the first year that every single school celebrated Hope Week. Now, it looked different in elementary school than it did in high school, but every school site sent the message of hope to their students, and we did it through art projects, we did it through talks. At the middle and high school, we had a speaker, Drew Peterson, come, and he was really powerful. He is a pro skier, he is just an endurance athlete, but also is very open and honest about his struggle with mental health and what it means to ask for help and to get support when you need it, and it really resonated with our students, and it was very powerful. We are also focusing on social emotional learning. So we have been doing social emotional learning curriculums in our schools for years, but we really haven't had a coordinated district approach. And so we've been focusing on that over the last couple of years. We have formed a district social emotional learning PLC, and we've worked closely with our site leadership to do that. We also have social emotional learning teams at each of our school sites to talk to their teams at their schools with their teachers about what does social emotional learning look like at your school sites. As a district, we have adopted the 5 CASEL competencies. So it's a collaborative for academic social and emotional learning. These are nationwide best practices saying every student should have these 5 competencies: how to be self-aware, how to be self-managed, how to manage your emotions, how to be socially aware, how to have relationship skills, and to have responsible decision makings. We believe as a district, these are the 5 fundamental skills, in addition to all the academic goals we have, that we want our students and our staff to be learning and to really be upholding in all of our interactions. And so this is kind of our framework that is guiding the work that we're doing around social emotional learning. 2 of our accomplishments this year is through many input process and meetings and conversations, we have decided that we're going to do a K through 12 universal SEL screener. So that we'll do twice a year. We are going to assess every student's level and ability to be in these 5 competencies, and then look at how can we support them in those competencies and what else can we be doing to integrate it into our teaching and our curriculum, so that we're doing integrated social emotional learning. It's not that we just did one lesson and we're done, but how do we integrate it into everything that we're doing in our schools. The other thing that we're looking at is 3 signature practices, and that is how we've been running our district meetings. It's how we try and run our meetings and our staff, and what we want to be doing in the classroom with students. So it really is about how do we do an inclusive welcome so everyone feels included, we have connection, we have relationships. What are we doing to engage ourselves in both meetings and with students? So what are those strategies that we're pulling everybody into the learning? And then how do we close it? So we're not just like, oh, the bell rang and we're gone, but like we're wrapping it up, we're really reflecting on what we've learned and growing, as a community together. Oops, jumped ahead. I just want to do a shout out to our school counselor team. We've had a lot of growth with wellness, and we couldn't do it without our counselors. So they have been an integral part of everything we're doing with wellness. We also have amazing supports through our student services team. So we work really closely with our school psychologists. We actually have a new behavior technician, which is very exciting, that she is a resource to the schools to be able to work with students that might be having challenges, and really working closely with our special ed department to see how we can support the staff and the student and the family so that the student can be more successful in the classroom setting. We offer educational related mental health services for students with disabilities. We've expanded our nursing team. We continue to do amazing work with our early learning and our STEP program, which is our teen parenting program. And one thing that I want to shout out is we've been doing a lot around Nurtured Heart. So I know many of you are familiar with this, but it really has become the language that we're using as a district in our approach. And it's really from a strength-based approach and looking at what our expected behaviors are instead of saying you did something wrong. And so that has really started to shift our culture as well, which has been really exciting to see. So I just want to give you some data and to show you the growth that we've had. We first started the wellness program in 2012. It started as an idea from many of our collaborative partners saying, hey, we'd like to bring resources to the school. It's pretty fragmented. We have had, unfortunately at that time, there had been some of our young people that had died by suicide, and we knew we needed to collaborate with the schools and bring in more resources. And so from there, we started off with just some of our community folks volunteering during lunch, and we got an empty classroom. And then from there, we were able to grow and hire staff in 2014. We increased their hours in 2015. We started Link Crew in 2017, which was really solidifying our peer mentor program. We then started Hope Squad in 2020, right around COVID. We realized we needed to do more around mental health and suicide education. We also started our middle school wellness centers in 2021. We were able to officially hire mental health specialists in 2022, and we were really excited that last year we were able to finally get wellness centers into our elementary schools. But you'll see, this is an incredible amount of growth, and then right at the bottom there's post-COVID. So there's in the between all of that, we had a pandemic, and we had distance learning, and we had hybrid learning, and we had all the things. And I will say our district really did a lot of pivoting and being responsive. But I think what it really highlighted was that we can't ignore the mental health of our students and our staff. That it is not just about teaching them reading and math. It is really about looking at the whole student and knowing that they need to have these services and resources in place in order to succeed in school. So you can see here where we started, we had 51, what we call one-on-ones or individual support. So we did larger assemblies and workshops, but this is really the students that came into the wellness centers and did some one-on-one support, either, got some resources, participated in a group, got a referral. And then you'll see it has grown 23, 24 to, my eyes are gonna, is it 1,353? Good thing I have these glasses. But it's continuing to grow because we have just really expanded the way that we're connecting with students. The way we've tracked our data has been primarily through our groups, because when students come in, we don't collect all the demographic info for every student. That just wouldn't be a strength-based approach to working with students. So when we collect the data, it's for when students we're working with more intimately and we have a long-term relationship with. So this data shows the number of groups we had. You'll see in 23, 24, it went to 368 group sessions, and went up to, is it 528? And that's just in our middle and high schools, and those are our focused, targeted groups. So it could be something around a grief group, a mindfulness group, we've had even how to organize yourself and really learn study habits. Like there's a whole gamut of skills that we've been teaching students. Some of our focused outreach, so I wanted to just highlight that we have been in particular trying to outreach to more of our LGBTQ students. And so in the last 3 years within our wellness groups, we've had about 18% or so that identify as LGBTQ. And then we've also done a focus outreach for Latinx students. And so there's about 37% in the last 3 years that are participating in our groups. This is not reflective of all the different ways we touch students, but we're really trying to make sure that we are outreaching to all students, and especially to some of our students who traditionally haven't had as many services, and wanting to make sure that they feel supported as well. So here's just a snapshot. We did a survey last year, and this was with Glenshire Elementary, Truckee L, and Tahoe Lake Elementary. But 67% of 3rd to 5th graders reported that the wellness centers helped them feel cared for and supported at school. And that was just in their first year of opening the wellness centers and trying to figure out what exactly it looked like at the elementary level. And then at our middle and high, 76% of middle and high schoolers participated in the wellness centers, reported an improved sense of safety and well-being. So here's just some student quotes, and these are just from our surveys. And this here is a picture of a student who was part of one of our groups at Kings Beach Elementary, and we just have been able to really grow in the outreach from, like, Kings Beach does a cooking class that has been partnering with food services, and so it's just been really a broad reach that we've had in being able to connect with students in many different ways. So I do want to note that we do not have California Healthy Kids Survey. The last time we presented, we did, but we are in the midst of doing our survey right now. So this May, we will be conducting it, and so we would love to come back and share the California Healthy Kids Survey results, as well as other surveys. We will be launching our SEL screener. We have Caring Connection surveys, and so we would love to share that with you then. This is just a snapshot of some of our funding. So CYBHI is the Children Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, and that's coming down from the state of California. And what it really is fee-for-service billing. So we're looking at how we can bill private insurance to be able to bring in more dollars to support mental health in our schools. This will not be directly billing families, but it's a new revenue source that we're able to tap into. We were accepted into cohort 2. We also received some capacity building funding from Placer County Office of Education. And so we will be launching this next school year, and we're just preparing ourselves right now in getting ready for that with our forms and just understanding the systems that need to be in place to do that. It's an interesting endeavor. We are taking a health system and an educational system and crossing them over, and we aren't set up like a hospital with a whole billing department, so learning how to do that has been definitely a growth experience. And then we're also doing the same around Medi-Cal billing, and so we're looking at having a part-time Medi-Cal billing specialist, and we've been doing this with our special ed department, but we're now expanding it to our nurses, to our mental health specialists, and looking at are there other ways that we can get money coming in and reimbursements. And so we're trying to look at how we can sustain this work. And then on top of that, we have grants. So we've been generously funded by both Nevada County and Placer County Mental Health Service Act dollars since we started. We've also received years of support from the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation. Currently, we are not receiving funding from Excellence in Ed, but they have funded us so much over the years. And then we receive funding from Placer County Office of Education. And then at the bottom, we have the school district support. We really appreciate your investment in mental health and social emotional learning and the well-being of our students. And so that's kind of at the base of everything that we're doing and building on. So a couple things that we're looking ahead. We are looking to deepen our district-wide social emotional learning delivery. We are looking at more staff professional development. We're really excited at Convocation. We are going to have all of our staff get trained in this new social emotional learning screener, which is going to give us a common language and a common approach, which is really going to align all the work we're doing in our schools. It also is going to dive deeper so every staff understands what those 5 competencies are. I think we understand them in theory, but really going deeper, what does it look like for us personally? How do we model that? And then what does it look like for our students and in the classroom? And then next year, our task is to look at all of our SEL curriculums. So we have elementary SEL curriculums, we have middle SEL curriculums, and high school. And we would like to align what we're doing. So we will be exploring that with our social emotional learning site teams, and as well as our SEL PLC through the district. And so stay tuned. We'll let you know what we end up deciding on. Another thing that we're focusing on is more substance use supports. So we were able to hire a new community liaison who's focused on attendance, and will be doing some work around tobacco use prevention as well. So it's really a community liaison role. This person, Marisol, is bilingual. She will be connecting with families. She's been attending SARB, which is our Student Attendance Review Board, and really working closely with families to engage them and pull them into services and just offer more connection and support. And then we have received some grant funding, and we're looking at contracting with a part-time youth substance use navigator, where we could look at who are the students that are using at school, what are the services that we could give to them right away, how can we connect them to our community resources like through the hospital and the county, and then what does our Tier 1 education for every student look like. We realize that, we are going up against a national challenge with drug use and vaping, and we really want to make sure we're being proactive and really trying to support our system, our students as much as we can. But I want to end with our feelings matter. So I shared with you a lot of numbers and statistics and this data, which is really exciting. But, at the heart of it, it really is about the stories, and it is really about the students and the relationships and wanting to support all students. I just want to highlight a couple of stories that just kind of give a good snapshot of what it looks like. We have an elementary school student that started the first day of school and was crying, not wanting to get out of her car. Our Wellness Center specialist would meet her at the door, offer supports, and really try to understand what was going on, and was able to, after working with the student and listening, understand that they had a fear because they had lost a grandparent and were afraid of being in school and away from their family. And with the Wellness Center specialist and the counselor, we were able to work with the student and teach her skills to express her feelings, to be able to talk about her emotions, and to feel like school was a safe place for her. And she has been thriving and loving going to school and is really doing well academically. And it was just being able to pay attention and find out what was going on, and then to do some skill building with that really supported that student. And it was in collaboration with our Wellness Center specialists and our counselors. At our middle schools, we had a student that was constantly getting in trouble, was a bit of a disruptor and not listening to his teacher, and had come into the Wellness Center very dysregulated. And our Wellness Center specialist sat down with him and listened, and really just tried to understand what was going on, and introduced what's called Heart Math. Heart Math, for those of you that don't know, it's a computer program, but you put an ear sensor on your ear, and it measures your heart rate variability. And it can show when your body is feeling kind of stressed and not regulated, and then when your body feels calm. And that student was able to really see when his body, he was not thinking clearly, and asked to be able to come into the Wellness Center and use Heart Math before he went into this particular class to be able to calm himself down. And as a result, too, opened up to the Wellness Center specialist about other things that were going on in his life. As we know, students just don't come in and leave everything in their life at the door. They bring it with them. And so it gave a space to be able to talk about it. The last one is a high school student who had struggled with substance use and was able to get support and felt so passionate about it that initiated a peer-led substance use support group at their school. And it has been very successful, and students have really been able to come together as a support for each other, talk about how they can stay clean, and just have an emotional space to be so that they can be at school and be learning. We know that students can't learn if they're not emotionally well. The the research says, in 2023, the Health Resources and Service Administration said 1 in 5 adolescents has a current diagnosed mental health or behavioral health condition. So that's 1 in 5. So we know this is pervasive. And I would think that most of us either have personally struggled with some kind of mental health challenge or has a loved one who has. I know I personally have, and it's something that we need to be able to talk about, and we need to be able to recognize that we need to support each other holistically. And so I really appreciate your vision and your progressiveness in supporting this in our district, and really leading the way. I can't tell you how many people come from other districts and ask about what we're doing and want to see this model. And I just feel really proud of our school district and that we had all these things in place before COVID and that we're just continuing to grow and deepen the work. So thank you so much for the time to be able to share all this. And this last picture is just of our team that were at a Wellness Together conference. And really the work that we're doing matters and the work that you're doing matters. And I know there are hard decisions you have to make and hard conversations, but we're doing good work. And I want us to continue to do that and celebrate it, especially during our Mental Health Awareness Month. So thank you.
Well done. That was great. Board comments? Or questions?
I'll just say thank you for that presentation. I think it was super helpful. I've known multiple students at all different schools, all different ages, who really rely on our wellness centers, and a lot of them have had like different diagnoses that have come out of that have really given them tools to be able to understand how they feel, how they'll be able to move forward, or how to adapt if they need to. And I think, before having programs like this, those students felt lost because they wouldn't necessarily know how to express what was happening or how they felt. And even if they had a supportive family, it's just something that has always been sort of behind the scenes. And so I really appreciate that our district brings that to the forefront so that it's not something that you have to hide behind, and people know that they matter with however they come, right? We come in all forms and we all have different strengths. And I feel like, one of my friends was talking about ADHD, and it's like, I said, did you know that's a superpower? She said, I've never heard that before. And I said, yeah, because it's something unique about you. And now that you recognize that, like, you can embrace it and you can figure out what that means for you. She's like, yeah, that's a great way to think of that. So I just appreciate that this is, another aspect of how we support students. It's the whole student. It's so important, and it's just really valuable.
Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you.
That's so true. Comments from either? Yes.
Thank you, Kim. My question is, I know we are mostly focused on our students, and there's also been conversations about extending some services to staff. So that's one question, is kind of where are we with that? And then also related to staff, what is the feedback that you're getting, or perhaps you're getting, about all the extra training? I mean, their days are so full and their time is so short, right? And I know in elementary school, it's like the, what is it called? The vegetable of the week?
The harvest of the month.
Harvest of the month, and the 5 minutes of exercise, and now this. And so what are you hearing from staff about continuing to improve on their skills? Because I know it's a positive, but it is affecting their teaching, so I'm wondering if you're hearing anything. So those are my questions.
Yeah, let's start with what kind of support staff are getting, and then we can talk about all the trainings. Because I don't know, Superintendent Kramer, if you want to talk a little bit about the COM committee and providing more support around staff morale, staff training. We also, through our business department, we have resources available for wellness, for therapy. We are focusing on social emotional learning for staff because we realize our staff need it just as much as our students need it. And so when we offer social emotional learning trainings, most of the time the response we get is, oh gosh, I really needed that. Or I need to step out of feeling like there's all these things I have to do versus like you're already doing it, but being intentional and explicit in how we do it and to know that we value you. And part of social emotional learning is creating relationships and community and really having voices feel heard. And so that is actually improving our staff culture at our sites. But I do think what you raise is an issue. There's a lot happening. So I don't know how much you want to speak about comm, but I feel like there's been a lot happening around that as well for staff.
I feel like, I'm not part of the comm committee or team, but I feel like I have a good pulse on that. I was just, but I was one. So I guess what I'm wondering is the goal eventually to, if we have a teacher, like COVID was a big deal, right? Because we started going back to school and teachers and school secretaries and, wellness staff, wellness center staff, they have children at home, they have elderly at home, they have bills to pay, they have a place to find to live. So all of those things. So at some point, is the goal that there will be after school hours for teachers in the wellness center? Or, I guess that's really more like what my question is.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Right now, we have not done hours for staff, but staff often drop by and offer we do offer supports, and we do a lot around just staff wellness in education, and we've had some staff weeks where the wellness center was open for them to come in and talk to someone. We've done chair massages, the whole range. But I think you're right. Our staff are feeling a lot, and they need their wellness to be a priority as well. And I think it is hard when there's so many competing interests and trainings. But for instance, we did a social emotional learning training this fall, and it was experiential. It allowed staff to step out of all the things and to actually connect with each other. And I think we need more of that. I think we need our staff to feel seen and valued, and that their needs are just as important, because we can't regulate any students if we're not regulated ourselves. But I do think it's an ongoing conversation at the district of how to balance it all and to not ask for too much. One of the reasons we are not selecting new SEL curriculums this year is because it's a lot. And let's just start with trying out the screener and see how that goes. So it's just that balance. But we're hoping through all of this work with wellness, with what our school counselors are doing, with what social emotional learning is, that we're shifting the culture so that it is more of a community of support.
Thank you. And then I just want to share, my daughter was in school during the Scotty Lapp death. And so I heard a lot of stories from other students and from her. But I actually this year was able to witness the Wellness Center in full recipient mode of somebody coming in full blown needing help when some of us volunteered in Mrs. J's class for pre-election panels, and some of the topics that the other guests brought in, not district staff, were pretty serious topics, right? And some of the speakers got a little bit heated, and it affected a young woman. One of the topics was it really affected her. And it took literally 10 seconds from me recognizing what was happening to Mrs. J asking her something, in her ear. And then 2 seconds later, they were both walking out. And during the break, I went to the bathroom. I'm I'm going to go check out the Wellness Center. And there was that young lady being cared for. And it was so great to see it work. That it's there and that kids are benefiting. But it was just in a flash, boom, boom, and it was so amazing. Instead of her falling apart at lunch and all of her friends, whatever the old school way, which she's probably still got that support from her friends, but just to have a professional to say, come on in, I got you. It was great. Yeah.
Thank you, Kirsten?
Oh, I just know you're doing a wonderful job, and thank you so much. we've spoken at length about it, and I'm feeling a little under the weather tonight, so great job.
Kim, thanks for, you've been doing this for years now with our district, and it's come such a long ways from 2012 when it was just a couple of wellness, I don't even know, coordinators, people, I don't know what you're calling them, and, in the corner of a counseling office somewhere, to what we have now, which is, and I'm happy to see that it's sort of ever expanding and becoming more solidified in how our schools operate and services that are available to the kids. And I totally agree with you 100% what you said, is that kids can't learn, or they won't do their best if they're, I forget how, I'm paraphrasing, but if they're anxious or stressed out or whatever the case may be, if they're dealing with something. And, we knew years ago that a hungry kid isn't going to learn, and I don't know why not us, but as a educational community, it took so long to figure out, we need to do more than just, offer a kid a hug or a pat on the head. If we want, that learning that's as important as them being fed, that their mental health is also being addressed. And so thanks for the work that you're doing. Appreciate it very much. And you're doing a great job. Not just thanks, but
Thank you, Kim. I will say that it's kind of fun to hear that it's everywhere, like you've sort of gotten yourself into every orifice of the district. But well said, and we definitely are, I think everywhere, it did start from a crisis in the sense when we kind of recognized it as a district, but it also is, it makes sense, like we're in the midst of all of it, and I think the fact that we've been able to do all kinds of different ones, having a wellness center in the elementary school is just awesome. Like I go to the one at Tahoe Lake and it just makes you giggle. But well said about teachers and staff, and I think that we also talked about management and the fact that, pivot was a funny word, but it's one of the things that I think it's important that it is embedded in our whole district. So thank you very much for all that. That was great. Thank you.
So President Driller was wondering, for the sake of Principal King, if it would be okay to make a change to the agenda. Now, we already approved the agenda. May we move Mrs. King? Yeah, okay. If that's, so President Driller, is that okay?
I just realized that you were here and yours, I kept looking for yours. I'm like, where is it? So if that is okay with the rest of the board?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Then,
You're very welcome.
yeah. Miss,
Also keeping that in mind.
sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
It's really important.
yeah.
Okay, so.
Okay, Mrs. Roderick, if you'd like to do the introduction, please.
Tonight, we are providing an update on the 2025 summer programs for your information. The 2025 TTUSD summer programs will offer our students a comprehensive and inclusive summer learning and enrichment experience. These programs are in partnership with the Boys and Girls Club of North Lake Tahoe and Aim High. Additionally, TTUSD will provide in-person programming for all grade spans that fit students' educational needs. Our goal is to deliver high-quality summer programs that support student success, encourage personal growth, and cultivate a passion for learning. It is my pleasure to introduce Mrs. Amy King, our summer school administrator, who will now share an update on our summer program offerings.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here to share more details about our summer programming. We've been working with principals, transportation, facilities, food services, ed services, and student services to provide a comprehensive program this year. As in the past, we have a formal partnership with the Boys and Girls Club with our ELOP, and I know you all like to have the acronyms spelled out, so Early Learning Opportunities Program, funds through an MOU. A total of $888,160 will be used to fund our comprehensive ACES, After School Education and Safety, and ELAP programming, which eases the burden on our families and allows more students to attend our programs. Students will receive lunch and snack while they're in our care. Boys and Girls Club will be providing food at Kings Beach, and TTUSD Food Services will provide food at Trek EL. Our program will serve overall TK through 12 at Kings Beach. You're going to be hearing these schools a lot. TK through 5 at Truckee L, and 9 through 12 at Truckee High. Just an overview, and I'll go into the details as we go. ELOP, or Early Learning Opportunity Programs, Boys and Girls Club will be at the Kings Beach Boys and Girls Club Clubhouse and Truckee L. Summer School, which is academic support, new this year, will be at Kings Beach and Truckee L. Aim High, which is our middle school program, will be at Kings Beach. Our TK Summer Bridge program, which was new last year, will be at Kings Beach and Truckee L. Credit recovery for our high school students will be at high school, will be at Kings Beach and Truckee High. And our extended school year ESY program will be, for high schoolers, will be also at Truckee High. So this is our biggest program. Boys and Girls Club is our community partner and is providing another excellent summer of programming for our students with classes and camps throughout. They will be hosting camps June 23rd through July 25th with extended childcare time through August, bringing us almost close to the beginning of school. TTUSD Transportation will be providing bus service in the morning and afternoon for both Truckee and Lakeside families. And students will be participating in a variety of activities while they're there, such as STEAM lessons, outdoor learning and activities, sports and games, and various field trips, such as a trip to the beach. Currently, we have 203 registered and rostered students at Truckee L and 172 at Kings Beach. Yeah, it's a comprehensive program. Summer School is a new and pilot program this year addressing academic needs for our youngest learners. Well, not quite our youngest, but some of our younger learners. Students will attend our ELOP program and get extra instruction from a certificated teacher for 4 hours a day for 4 weeks. There will be 20 students per class, and students were district assessments were used to identify students with the highest need among rising first, second, and third grade students. We'll have 3 certificated teachers and 1 instructional aide per site, an administrator and a principal for Lakeside, and a district-wide admin assistant to help with all the things that need to be helped with in a summer school program. And in addition, Kim Warren and I will be on call for anything that any of the programs need. Aim High is our middle school program, and I actually have a typo here, which I think is appropriate, and will be fun from June 30th through August 1st at Kings Beach. Actually, it'll be run from June 30th to August 1st at Kings Beach. We contract out with Aim High to provide this program and serve rising 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students. Aim High had a goal of 90 students, and as of last Thursday, they had 100 applications. So that's making Aim High very happy, and us too. I think based on the feedback that they got last year, word has gotten out that it's a really incredible program. So. And our TK Summer Bridge, these are our youngest learners. They will again have the opportunity to do TK Summer Bridge Camp. We will have 1 TK teacher and an instructional aide for each classroom at each site. Bless you. Given these small students, we will also have an instructional aide for the bus. I still go back to Nanette saying, oh my gosh, thank goodness. This program is designed to give TK learners an introduction to early skills, social emotional opportunities, and play-based learning. Credit recovery. We will once again offer credit recovery for our high school students this summer from June 23rd to July 18th at Kings Beach and at Truckee High. This year, we are requiring students to be on campus for both classes and assessments. We know and we learned from last year that productivity is increased when students are in class and they have a teacher available for support. We want students to complete their coursework successfully and in a timely manner. So those are our updates for this year for credit recovery. And we have one certificated teacher per site. And ESY, Extended School Year, is our special education program designed to support our students with IEPs. It is designed so that students can have support over the summer and maintain their skills and learning from the school year. This program will run from June 25th to the July 23rd for 4 hours per day at Truckee High. We'll be providing breakfast and lunch and transportation to the program. And students will focus on maintaining academic, life, and behavior skills and can participate in our credit recovery classes as well. Thank you for your continued support of our educational initiatives for our students, and I look forward to being back here in the fall to tell you how successful it all was.
We'll schedule you. We'll have to put that in right now. Thank you for switching. I know I think we had you on the agenda for last week or 2
No
weeks
problem.
ago.
No problem at all. You had other things that you needed
I had a few things going on, but
to
I
deal with.
appreciate your flexibility. I did
Of course.
look at it, so I was ready, but the butterflies were good. That was good for us. Any board comments? Thanks, Pat.
This is the most comprehensive, largest, grandest summer program I have seen yet.
We're really excited about
My
it.
years here. This is, it's almost like now we have year-round school, it seems like, right? Yeah. But thanks for coordinating all that. I mean, it must take so much time and work to coordinate all those different aspects and organizations and people and addressing the needs of all of those students. And the numbers are incredible.
It's a team effort. Like I said at the beginning, we're working with a lot of our departments, most of our departments, I think, and getting everything coordinated. So, yeah, I'm excited too.
Thank you, Pat. Danielle.
It's impressive, the growth, too. And I think we heard that, like, when Boys and Girls Club was here doing their presentation, that parents are talking to each other and saying, this is such a great program, and then you've seen that with the numbers. So I'm sure when you come back in the fall, we'll get rave reviews again, and then next year's will be even higher. But it's such a great offering that we have for our students to be able to have just a diversity between fun and learning all at the same time during the summer when, if we didn't have that available to them, they would have a more challenging summer for a lot of our students. So it's just such a great program.
Thank you, Danielle. It's so true. Chris?
I'm good. Thank you for all the hard work.
Of course.
Look forward to a good summer.
I
too.
like that you tag teamed with these, right after Kim. But I do, Pat, it's so funny because I did write year-round school, and I think that I've always said, that whole summer loss. I'm like, well, why don't you just address it? Then the increase of people attending is, I think that's just, it speaks volume. But I think that we've realized or we recognized, sort of where the gaps are in terms of if you don't have continual support. I like that you changed the high school, you have to be in person. There's some things that you tweak, obviously, to make it so that they actually stay learning. But the summer slide was a big deal for me. I remember thinking that, we just lose out and then no one, anyway. So that, I'm very happy to have that. I can now say that, yes, we are a year-round school. But no, I think Aim High I remember going to one of their meetings and they're like, we're hoping for this. And I was like, oh, I think we got more than that. But hats off to all of your community and all of us. And I think that we've resonated that conversation so many times is that it's not just one of us, but it's every one of these different entities, bus drivers to mental health to, food. So thank you for being the catalyst for all that. With that, I'm going to clap. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, you may stick around if you'd like, but we're going to move on to 11.0, Superintendent Kramer, resolutions.
Yes, for these items, we are going to turn to our Assistant Superintendent, Chief Business Officer, Mr. Todd Rivera.
Thank you, Superintendent Kramer, President Driller, members of the board. So this first resolution relates to the school facility program. And I don't know, we have some new members that probably haven't heard that term before, but the school facilities program is a program administered by the state to provide school facilities funding for K-12 school districts. And that funding usually is provided through voter-approved bonds, the most recent of which was Proposition 2 that was approved by voters in November of 2024, and that was for $10 billion. And the program, the way it works, essentially is there's two major programs. There's a modernization program and then there's a new construction. And districts have to establish eligibility. For new construction, it's based on our projected enrollment out many years compared to our existing capacity to see if there's a need to expand or build additional facilities in our school district. And then the modernization is based on time and age of the buildings. So for modernization, which is some of the projects that we did just recently where you kind of renovate the existing building, that is the eligibility requirements on that is for permanent buildings, they have to be at least 25 years old. And then for portable classrooms, it's 20 years old. So over the years, we've definitely participated in this program and received a lot of funding from all of our bond program projects, and they help supplement. There is a cost matching share, so it's not fully funding. So the one thing we need to have is our matching share in order to participate. But we do want to take advantage of those of this program when we do have eligibility and when we do have funding to meet our matching share. So moving forward with our facilities programs, we'll be looking at opportunities to submit applications for different projects as we're ready. And as that's what this resolution kind of covers, is just that the board agrees that we're going to participate in the school facility program, that we're going to comply with all of the requirements of the program, and then also listing the different school sites that we may submit applications on. And then there is a public hearing requirement, so when we get ready to do some of those projects, we'll be doing a form of a public hearing to make sure the board acknowledges that this is going to be submitted under the school facilities program. This resolution also identifies representatives of the district that can sign applications and submit them, and that is the Superintendent Chief Learning Officer Kirsten Kramer, myself, and then our new Facilities Director, Anna Klobstad.
Wow. Thank you for that. Any board comments or questions? And any public comment? Seeing none. Thank you, Todd. It blows me away the wealth of knowledge that you just roll off. I'm hoping that you practiced that so that it wasn't just, you knew it. But yes, and I think that, my understanding is that we just agree that you will be involved in this program because there is funds available, and then it is, the only thing that's concerning is, not concerning, but that we are aware of it, that it is, we have to match it. And that's something that we've done in the past, and this is nothing new.
Yes, generally we participate in this when we have larger bond programs.
All right, seeing as though that is a complete understanding, would anyone care to make a motion to approve Resolution 32?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 3224, 2025 for the applications for eligibility, determination, and funding.
Second?
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Thank you for that. And 11.2, Superintendent Kramer.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. So this next resolution also relates to the school facilities program, and essentially it's highlighting that the board acknowledges that a new requirement of participating in the school facility program is to have a 5-year master plan submitted to the Office of Public School Construction prior to the submittal of any applications, which the board, we've already approved our 5-year master plan, so just a matter of submitting it when we're ready.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rivera. Any board comments or questions? Can we get a motion to approve Resolution 33, please?
I'll move to approve Resolution number 33, 2024-2025.
Second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Thank you. And 11.3, Superintendent.
This item's also Mr. Rivera, please.
Thank you. This is a requirement for Measure A parcel tax from Placer County. Every year they want us to approve a resolution authorizing them to collect our parcel tax on our behalf. So this is an annual resolution we bring to the board, and they currently are the only county that requires this.
Thank you for that. Any questions or comments from the board? No. Thank you. And then a motion for Resolution 34, please?
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 34, 2024-2025.
Thank you. Second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Rivera. And Superintendent Kramer, we are 12.0, association reports.
And President Cruz for CSCA didn't have any updates, and she'll see us in June. And so we'll invite up Erin Lefevers, the president of TTEA.
I tried to scoop you up, but I couldn't.
I'm in it for the long haul. So mine's real short. We had our meeting last week, and I gathered all the elementary shout-outs, and it boils down to spring fever is hit. The kiddos are finally enjoying the outdoors. CAS testing. Field trips are happening all over the place, and I want to go back to elementary school so I can go on some of these field trips. Open houses are going, the TKs, kiddos, all those getting everybody signed in for next year. They're having presentations, they're doing their plays, they're having a lot of fun outside of the testing. At high school, we are finishing up, at our high school, we are finishing up the bulk of our testing tomorrow. So yeah, we're in that countdown mode, and the seniors need to. Yeah. Fortunately, we've got prom next week, so that's the only thing that we have, kind of a caveat there. So TTEA had their elections, and I will be back for the next 2 years. So, and there you go. Yeah. It was a tough race. Me, myself, and I. Amy Burke is also back as our treasurer, so that is there. TTEA did send I think about 6 or 7 people down last Saturday to the Sacramento for the Save Our Schools Initiative Day of Action. So there's a bunch of pictures that have been posted on our site. The members said that they had a great time down there, bonding with other people, and all of them on the same cause of making sure that our legislators realize that kids still need to come first on there. And this will be my last report for the year, because on June 11th, I will be heading to Cleveland for the AP grading, so I will not be here. So I will see everybody at graduations and stuff, and thanks.
Which test are you grading?
AP Lang.
It's in Cleveland?
Yeah, we were in Cincinnati last year, but then Cincinnati's convention center is being renovated, so they pushed us to Cleveland.
Have fun.
Oh, yeah. Are you grading this year?
I am at home.
Oh, nice. Now, the funny thing is this is my second year with my son-in-law's sister. She's a teacher out in Oklahoma.
Funny.
And so it'll be interesting to talk with her this year about all the stuff. But we've decided we are the same person. We both coached volleyball. We have all the stuff. And then when we showed up 2 years ago, when we first started rooming together, we have the same backpack. I said, and here it is. We are the same person.
So Erin, can you just wait, celebrate, that's a huge deal. So you are going to test the what are you doing?
I grade the AP Lang exams.
Wow.
Yeah,
And
so
then Pat, you're doing the same?
Pat does lit. Yeah. So Mike Lanzarone also grades calculus.
Nice.
Mike Mazie does computer.
I'm not sure.
And then Tamara had Spanish. I do know that a couple of our other teachers, Rachel Barker has applied to do the AP
Nice.
Hug. So we're trying to get
We
people.
represent more than most?
I think so. I don't know.
We're a small district to have all
Yeah.
those
Holy,
teachers.
I'm impressed.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
You know, and it's great PD. And that's what I always do.
It's the best professional development
Yeah.
I've had in all the teachers.
Yeah, I've developed so many little things throughout the years, but yeah.
Thanks for representing.
Yeah, I've done it for about, they always ask, I think it's 12 or 13 years, but I've done it. It's been a long time,
It's wonderful.
yeah. With a couple years in between because I couldn't miss my kid's graduation, so.
We are just rocking the party. Before I move on to the next one, thank you very much for that, Erin. Before we get to the donations, I would like to just take a second to acknowledge the artwork, and we always try to do that when the kids are here, and I forgot. But the artwork that's in our room today is from Cells, and thank you, Lupita and team, for putting it up. There's definitely some different mediums, but yeah, there's tons. So thank you very much for that. And we will move on to 13.0 donations.
And for this item, we will turn to Mrs. Roderick.
Thank you, Superintendent Kramer. The Truckee Rotary Community Foundation is generously donating $1,000 to support the Seychin Outdoor Education Program. The Seychin Outdoor Education Program is a partnership between TTUSD, Seychin Creek Field Research Station, Sierra Watershed Education Program, and Shane McConkey Foundation. This program provides students with a standard-based learning environment in their backyard. Students learn a variety of skills and gain knowledge about many different topics. It is the staff's recommendation the Board of Trustees accepts this generous donation.
Thank you for that, Mrs. Roderick. Then the board comments. Again, we are always so appreciative for the Truckee Rotary. Could I please get a motion for 13.1?
I'll move to accept the donation from Truckee Rotary.
Thank you. Second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Thank you. 13.2, Superintendent Kramer.
Mrs. Roderick?
Thank you. The Truckee Rotary Community Foundation is generously donating $1,000 to support the Latinas Club program at Alder Creek Middle School. This generous donation will directly benefit the Latinas Club members by providing them with opportunities to explore and gain insights into various artistic avenues. The Alder Creek Club is dedicated to promoting student involvement and cultivating leadership skills. It is the staff's recommendation the Board of Trustees accepts this generous donation.
Thank you very much. Truckee Rotary, wow, thank you very much. Board comments. And I do have to say that I would say public comment, and I apologize, I didn't ask, but there's Aaron and Amber are good? Okay, thank you, I forgot about that. Motion for 13.2, please. I'll make a motion, I'll make a motion to approve accept the donation from the Truckee Rotary Community Foundation to support Alder Creek Middle School Latinas Club.
I'll second.
Thank you, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, thank you. Huge. Thank you, Truckee Rotary. 14.0 grant, Superintendent Kramer.
Mrs. Roderick?
Thank you. The Seropolis International of Truckee Donner is generously providing a grant in the amount of $1,000 to support the Las Mariposas Club program at Truckee Elementary School. This spring, Truckee Elementary is relaunching the Las Mariposas Club, a program for fifth grade girls. Originally established years ago at North Tahoe Middle School, the club's founders expanded it to various schools across the Truckee, North Tahoe area before it became inactive. The club aims to empower students by fostering strong personal traits such as confidence and positive self-talk and encouraging them to pursue higher education. A significant club component will involve college tours and activities promoting overall well-being. This grant will cover the cost of field trips and activities associated with the exciting reestablishment of this club. It is the staff's recommendation the Board of Trustees accepts this generous grant from Seropolis International of Truckee Donner.
Thank you very much. Any board comments?
I have a question.
Yes, questions.
So I don't know why this has never occurred to me before, but could I get clarification? What is the difference between a donation and a grant?
That is a great question. Superintendent Kramer.
So a donation, there's usually, no, it just means that the organization, there's a simple process to have the money be received.
Okay.
But with a grant, there's more of an application and intention on our part. And sometimes it's larger amount, but not necessarily. So just the different way that we request the funds.
Okay, thank you.
That I'm looking at. Does that sound, I should be asking the CBO. Did I get it about right, Mr. Rivera? Is there anything
Yeah,
else?
I think that covers it. And
Okay.
also, a lot of times, grant requirements will have requirements for us to.
Like report back or
Yeah,
something like that?
some type of a
Sure.
form of an agreement.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And with that, I'll make a motion, may as well, to accept the grant from Seropolis International for the Truckee Elementary School Las Mariposas Club.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, thank you very much. Moving to the consent agenda, Superintendent Kramer, are there any, does staff or you want to move anything off the consent?
No, nothing to
Board?
remove.
I just have a quick question about a couple items on here, but I don't necessarily need to pull them. Is that okay? All right. I'm curious to know how 15.4 and 15.5, the football program trips are being funded.
We'll verify with Mr. Rivera, but I know that 15.4 is 100% funded by boosters
Nice.
and parents. And I believe 15.5 is also boosters. Is that correct, Mr. Rivera, the Oregon camp?
The Hawaii trip is actually going to be funded by the Football Foundation. And as far as the Oregon trip, I believe it's either the boosters or the foundation. I'm not quite sure. But
My
it is
gratitude to the boosters and the Football Foundation for supporting our kids like that. I mean, these look like two incredible trips. Maybe do they need a chaperone?
I was going to say, you should volunteer to go. And then did you have another question? Are those just
Nope,
those
that
two?
was it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So with that, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. And
second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Moving to 17.0, business services. Superintendent Kramer.
Then we'll turn to Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. So tonight, we're asking the board to approve the bid package and contractors agreement 25-00-08M with Elements Mountain Company. And the purpose of this contract is actually for our annual slurry sealing, crack filling, and striping. So this contract will touch almost every site in the district, and all the sites will receive either slurry sealing, striping, or cracking, or a combination thereof. This was a competitively bid process. We had two bidders on it, JB Bostic and Elements Mountain Company, and Elements Mountain Company was the lowest responsive bidder at $274,185.60.
Thank you for that. Any questions from the board?
Can I ask what the other bid was?
$310,674.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Good answer, or good question. I just want to make a point. This is something that we have, and always when we do spend these monies, because I always love to ask, but this is something that we budget and it's already in our funds, and so we are just using money that we already have.
Yeah, this will come out of our routine maintenance budget, and generally with slurry sealing, it's something that we rotate sites as needed, so usually every 3 years. Striping is something that we have to do sometimes more often, and crack filling.
Much. With that, anyone care to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the bid package and contractors agreement 25-00-08M.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. And moving to educational services, Superintendent Kramer, looks like we're going to A.
And for this item, we're turning to Mrs. Roderick.
Thank you. Tonight, I'm presenting a first read of the newly proposed Sierra High School Forestry and Natural Resources 1 course for the 2025-2026 academic year. We are excited to bring CTE back to Sierra High School. This introductory semester-long course will give students an in-depth understanding of the Tahoe National Forest, encompassing its ecological significance, management practices, and the crucial importance of responsible stewardship. Students will explore this vital California resource, unique history, ecology, and current issues. Upon completion of this course, students will be able to describe the historical context of the Tahoe National Forest, explain fundamental forest concepts, analyze the environmental importance of California forest with a specific focus on the Tahoe National Forest. Students will be able to evaluate different forest management practices and articulate their responsibility ensuring the health and sustainability of California forest. This course is designed for students in grade 10 through 12. This is a first read information only.
Whoop, whoop. I'm excited. Any board comments?
I was really excited to see this when I got my homework because, and I always botch the name of the program, the last CTE at Sierra High, so somebody please say it for me.
The emergency responder.
Thank you. I
program?
just want to say first responders, and I know that that's not it. But just to see something that's so timely in our CTE programs at this high school makes me so very happy. So thank you.
Yes, I will echo that. And it's timely isn't obviously, understatement, but we talked about making sure that, just trying to up the ante for every school site, and that is something that I think those students so deserve. I almost want to say I bet other schools are going to ask for it.
Sure.
Which would be good. And I think we've talked a lot about why we do these things and what makes our community successful. And if you work with the food industry, we're a service industry. You work with the Forest Service, we live in a forest. We did EMT and medical because of where we live. So I think that we're right on. Can I ask who put this forward? Who was it that decided this class?
Conjunction, Principal Santos and myself, after their presentation on asking to bring CTE back, we brainstormed on what the students would love to have, and it happens that he has a credentialed teacher who is very knowledgeable in CTE, and so all three of us jumped at the opportunity to look at what do students want and how will they succeed, and this was the one that surfaced to the top.
Well, congrats, and I'm very proud of you. I will make a motion. Oh, no, it's info only. I'm just going to say I'm going to motion that. But thank you very much for that. And then we'll take it back to consent on the next board meeting, and hats off to you guys for doing that. Let's move to 19.0 first reads, board policy.
And for both of these items, we're going to turn to our Executive Director of Human Resources, Mr. Mike Shepard.
Thank you, Superintendent Kramer, President Driller, members of the board, and the Tahoe Truckee community still here. These are both first reads that if you have no substantive request for changes, will come back next meeting on consent. The first one, 19.1, policy 41, 42, and 4358 are around employee security, and this is in response to recent legislation about workplace violence prevention, and it basically codifies in policy that anyone who's a significant threat to staff on campus, the superintendent or designee can remove them. It also provides, like employees who may be in domestic violence survivor and they need to have some certain protections at work, we can enter into those conversations with that employee. And so there are various other things in there that just enhance security and safety and give employees avenues to seek additional remedies from us if there's things that they need assistance with. And then the next policy, 19.2, is reflective of a new law, AB 938, which was passed in the fall, signed by the governor in the fall. And this, we have a report that Fiscal does every year called the J90, and it reports all of our certificated salaries and different things to do with employees certificated. Well, they've modified the J90, so effective next school year, we have to add classified employees to that J90 report. So this policy just reflects that change in law that we are now required to include classified employees to the J90, which is an increase, a pretty big increase to staff time, but it is a law reflective that we are responding to. So with that, any questions?
Thank you. I have a feeling that this is going to be how we roll, responding to any comments from the board. In public, thank you for sitting quietly there. These, then, we will bring back and for consent for the next board meeting. Moving to 20.0, board business. Chris, would you like to start us off?
I don't really have much, but I guess I'll take the opportunity to thank the families that came to the last two board meetings to advocate for their children, their athletes. And I also want to thank some of the students that have come up to me at the grocery store, and I know some of us have gotten texts of thank you for listening. So, you know, it's, this NI2A will be a work in progress for us for the next year, but thank you for the support out in the community. It really means a lot because it's a tough decision and tough work ahead for us and our district staff. So thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to report. I think we had a busy couple of weeks, so I feel like I know a lot more people in the community now than I did before, which is awesome. So I appreciate the level of commitment that our community has in participating in all of their students, so it's been awesome.
I was so impressed with the two presentations today, the wellness program as well as the summer school program, and the robustness of those two programs, and the work that the two ladies are doing on those two projects. And I think it creates that added value for our whole educational program here. And those are just two things that I think were, they were growing and sometimes they didn't really exist that much, but now they've blossomed into these huge things. And I think it's so good for our students to have those choices, those opportunities, and that support that is going to help them succeed in school. These are, people might think of these as sort of ancillary things, as not the main meal of education, but without these things, kids just aren't going to succeed as well as I think they could. And the other thing is, I'm reflecting on the retirees that we recognize tonight and are saying goodbye to. And I've worked with some of them over at Truckee High, and many of them have taught my kids. Michelle Reed, my gosh, I mean, I think when she started, she taught my oldest son in kindergarten. She's had all three of my kids kindergarten and got them started reading, and 2 out of 3 of them are still reading pretty well. I won't say which ones, but we are losing some real gems. When I think about the quality of the staff that we're losing, teachers, classified, school secretaries, transportation, Rob Coster, I hate to single him out, but it's amazing the people that we have working here. I'm sad to see them all go. I'm happy for them. They get to retire. I know how nice it is, but I'm sad to see them go. These people defy the old. It's not an adage, but the I don't know, whatever it is, that as staff, teachers especially, get into their veteran years, that they get burned out and they lose their energy and so on. And I think all the employees that we saw here today retiring defy that greatly. And I'm so appreciative of the work that they did and the work that I got to do with them and the work that they did with my own kids. And I'm sad to see him go, but congratulations to all of them. They're still listening. I'm happy for them.
Thank you, Pat. I just wrote that as well. It is tough. We, nothing to do with we have awesome teachers that are still here. However, when you look at that group, I might have cried a little bit, but that's Maggie and Ingrid and Andy. And Maggie and Ingrid and I came out 40 years ago. And that's just crazy how they've been through this. But again, I think that none of them lost their pizzazz, and I think they ended up with going out with a bang. They're still so on it. That was tough for me for sure. I didn't even cry that much. I was pretty excited. I want to publicly thank this entire board and this entire staff of everybody and our amazing community for 3 solid weeks of just gut-wrenching conversations, discussions, lengthening time of. And of course, I was not here. So Chris Hennessy, once again, thanks for rolling with the punches. But really impressed with how our entire board is so honestly aware of what's going on and taking part of it. Our team on that side, the management leadership. But I really, I think our community, they sent it. We don't have the answers. It didn't work out well for everybody. But I just cannot believe the amount of poise that our community put forth with all of this. We have grown as a huge, our community has grown so much since where we were 4 years ago with COVID. But I think it's amazing what we've done as a team. I can't tell you how happy I am to be on this side at some points, but that was awesome. Our teachers, our students have voices, but I think that's because of all the teachers giving them voices, because of our mental health programs. But yeah, hats off to everybody. We're not out of the woods. I think that, Beth Curtis had some good input. It isn't an easy answer. It's not done, and we don't have the answer. So we'll move forward. I am happy to be back. I'm not sure what time zone I'm in, but I'm here. But really, thank you for everybody. And I look forward to graduations And I'm driving for a field trip, I think, somewhere, going to the Empire Mine.
Nice.
I might need a van. I don't know if I can get one, but other than that, let's adjourn at 7:42.